Get your hat. Oh, put my name on there. Yeah, that's what it's about. I did it last year.
You gotta go. You gotta go. I've got a little bit after 6. Wow, look at this crowd. Man, isn't this great? I'll ask y'all if you would please stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Remain standing, please, for Chaplain Hughes.
Almighty God and gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity that we can gather together in a democracy, Lord, for the purpose of carrying on your business. Father, we pray now, God, that you would bless this meeting, that you would give our council wisdom, that, Father, that, God, that you would bless them. Father, we thank you for our council, for our mayor. We pray, God, that tonight that your will would be done. And, Father, especially tonight, we thank you for a special celebration of a man who's given his life 50 years, almost 50 years, to serving the public and caring for people. Now, Lord, bless this time. For it's in Christ's name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Great crowd. I know why some of them are here, and it's a good deal. But thank you all for coming. I look around the crowd, I see a lot of familiar faces, and just so happy to have each and every one of you here. Whoever's watching online, thank you for joining in on this celebration. So, council staff, you see the announcements. Are there any additions or corrections that you'd like to make to the announcements? Okay, I do have one. On April 19th, if you want to add this, will be the King Easter egg hunt, Central Park. And then I encourage people to come out on May 1st for National Day of Prayer, which will be held at the YMCA. So I think that's all I've got for the announcements there. Is there any adjustments to the agenda that council would like to make?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, can we adjust the agenda and move number 4 up to 2B?
Okay.
So 2A would be the employee of the quarter, 2B would be the recognition of assistant chief.
Okay.
And then let's make, I would like for us to add the movie in the park to be number 4.
Be number 4.
I
Please.
second that recommendation.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No.
Sir,
Okay.
I've also got a change as well.
Yes, sir.
I would like to add a closed session for the purpose of discussion of the acquisition of real property, General Statute 143-318.11A5.
Okay. All in favor of that?
Aye.
Okay. All right, all in favor, say aye. Thank you so much. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as adjusted.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, carries unanimous. Thank you, council. Ma'am? We're gonna do public comment next.
Wait, just a minute, I understand what she's saying. Are we
Is-
gonna have another closed session?
Oh, yes, we're gonna
we
have,
need to that, don't we?
yeah, we're gonna have 3 different adjustments here on closed session. Consideration to allow trial run for the movie, overflow in the park, closed session for discussion of personnel, and then acquisition of downtown real property. So we'll have 3 closed session, correct?
Do we need to read the personnel general
Gen-
statute?
General statute for
I think it's
personnel.
A3 if I'm not mistaken.
It's,
A6.
143-318.11A6.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Second.
okay, got, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you, council. So next up is, I like this part. It's for anybody from the public to be able to come up and speak. And I'll read this about public comment. Public comment, this agenda item is included to allow input to the city council from any citizen who wishes to address council without requesting to be on the agenda. Those who wish to address city council are required to provide their name, address, including city, county, resident of and topic. Speakers shall be courteous in their language and presentation. Any disruption of the meeting, insults, personal attacks, acquisitions, profanity, vulgar language, inappropriate gestures, or other inappropriate behavior will not be tolerated. If this occurs, the person will be identified and asked to stop or leave. If the behavior continues and they refuse to leave, they will be removed from the council meeting. The speaker will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. The number of speakers on a topic relating to a future advertised public hearing matters may be limited at council's discretion. Council reserves the right to request a designated spokesperson for a large group. The spokesperson will be allowed 6 minutes. Public session will be limited to 30 minutes. The council will only listen and not respond, but may decide to place a topic on a future agenda. So with that, I'll open up public comment, and we have Chris Dearman.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and Mr. Barrow. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you tonight. My name is Chris Dearman, and I've been a resident of King for 11 years. I've lived in Stokes County for 18 years. I probably don't have to remind you that it's budget time, but it's also National Library Week. So it's fitting that I'm here tonight to ask you to approve the operating budget request from the King Public Library. I'm sure I'm not alone when I say that the King Public Library has been a second home to me on more than one occasion. When my heater broke down in the middle of a cold December, the library provided me a warm place to work. When I lose power or internet at my house, which seems to happen regularly, I don't have to miss a day of work. I just go to the library, access the internet, and keep right on working. No matter what frustrations I'm feeling or what chaos is being wrought in the world outside, when I enter the library, the stress melts away, and I'm always greeted with a warm smile. As the kids would say, our library passes the vibe check. Libraries are the heart of rural communities like ours. Indeed, the library is one of our county polling stations, making it the center of civic engagement. The library's story time, Lego nights, and summer reading programs make the library a place of learning and wonder. The library's wide array of events and activities such as art classes, trivia, book clubs, meditation, and job assistance make the library an irreplaceable resource for all King residents. And now, lest you think that libraries are old-fashioned and no one uses them anymore except for nerds like me, consider that in the last 12 months, the King Public Library has added 804 new library cards. In March of 2025, they counted 2,796 library visits. The library is closed on Sundays, so that averages 175 visits per day. Those are pretty impressive numbers for our small town. But moreover, they evidence the critical role the King Library plays in the daily lives of our local community. For this and many other reasons, too numerous to share in this limited time, I urge you to fully fund the King Library's budget request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dearman.
Thank you.
I like the library also. All right, next up is Mr. Ed Ballard.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you much for letting me speak. I'm Ed Ballard with the American Legion. I'm commander of the post. I know many years ago that they used to hold turkey shoots at our post back before I became a part of the American Legion. It was also a good fundraiser for the American Legion. And I'd like to propose that you allow us to pursue what it takes to have another turkey shoot at our post during the fall months, maybe every weekend or every other week. They make special rounds that don't allow shotgun shells to travel more than 80 or 90 feet. And we have a perfect place to hold a turkey shoot. We have berms, and we'll do whatever is necessary. If you all approve it, we'll do what's necessary to make a turkey shoot happen. That's all I had to say about this. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll look into our ordinances and everything, see what we might need to do to see if we can make it happen. Thank you, Mr. Ballard. Corey George.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to reserve my time for our agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Cheryl Penn.
I'm Cheryl Penn. Thank you for letting us speak today. We are bringing the moving wall, which is a replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, to King. It'll be erected at the post by the helicopter. We're doing this April 30th through May the 4th, 2026. And we're just putting it out there for everybody in King to come. Bring your neighbors, your friends, bring everybody. It's open and free to the public. It'll be guarded 24/7. So if a veteran wants to come and at 2 in the morning, they can do that. And there will be clergy on hand for just if somebody just wants to talk. We will have a healing tent as well for those who just need some privacy. We'll have that available also. There are volunteer opportunities, which our website will be up, on May the 1st. Our website will be up and running. It's the Wall King NC, and there will be a lot of information there. But like I said, we have volunteer opportunities if somebody wants to come and volunteer. There's lots of stuff to do. There are sponsorship opportunities as well. If you want to sponsor, if you want to donate, that will be on the website as well. That's all I have right now. As we get more information, we have more meetings. Like I say, we're a year out right now, so we've got plenty of time to close up some loopholes and get that started. So that's all I have.
I'd like to thank you personally for the veterans, Vietnam veterans, trying to get it right. 50 years, it's just unbelievable, 50
I know,
years
it's amazing.
from the Vietnam War. And came up there, that was a very moving ceremony. Thank you for what the American Legion does for the city of King. It's just a great thing that y'all do.
Thank you.
And also, when is your next meal?
Our next meal will be April the 11th. We had pre-sale tickets, so that one is done. But May 2nd? May 2nd is our next meal. So come by the post, buy tickets. They're $10 a piece, and that's a fundraiser for us. And that all the proceeds go to bringing this wall to King.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and every month, we've got a few months we won't have a meal, but that'll be put out on the sign or on the website. But yeah, okay.
Did any of council have a question of Ms. Penn?
I
Okay.
just want to say thank you, Cheryl, for all the work you're doing on this. It's phenomenal how you've organized things.
Well, it's been my pleasure, and it's a group
Thank you.
effort, and
Thank
it's a
you.
group effort. Everybody is just, doing everything they can and, making phone calls and coming to meetings and, shopping, getting things together. So it has been a group effort.
Would you pass our thanks along to all the people on the committee and all the people working on it?
And I've heard that it's half scale.
Half scale,
I mean,
half
that's
scale of the one in Washington.
Unbelievable how, 'cause
Yeah.
I've been to Washington to see it, and that's huge, and this is gonna be half scale.
scale.
That's-
Yeah, that one in DC is about 4 450 feet long, so
Wow.
this one's gonna be big. Okay?
Thank
All
you
right,
so
thanks.
much. Next is Melanie Newsom.
Thank you for letting us come and speak. I'm Melanie Newsom and member of the Garden Club, Shelby Snyder. On behalf of the King of Spades Garden Club, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of King Recreation Acres Park. In honor of this golden occasion, we will be purchasing and planting beautiful perennials for the community to enjoy alongside the King Recreation Acres Community Building near the King Senior Center entrance.
That's a mouthful, isn't it?
That is, down below. In addition, and in honor of Arbor Day, we will be planting a white oak seedling at the park so that our community can watch it grow for the next 50 years. Happy anniversary to the King Recreation Acres from us, the King of Spades Garden Club. So we haven't had a chance to do that publicly.
Thank you for what y'all do for the city. Anyone else have anything you'd like to?
Thank you.
Thank you
Yeah, thank
for
you
all
very
you
much.
do for the city of King.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of other things we do.
Oh, I know.
All the flowers and plantings
At the library.
at the Welcome to King sign, and a lot of other places.
And we recognize that.
Yeah, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Mike Stewart.
I'm Mike Stewart. We've been here and lived here in Stokes County for 26 years. I've just been recently appointed as Stokes County's representative to the Senior Tar Heel Legislature. We meet 4 times a year in Raleigh to have a meeting and also meet with the legislators to advocate for our senior citizens. The legislature has approved funding of a bill for us for $30,000 to the Tar Heel Legislature to advocate and help operate for us. I'm also a member of the Stokes County Council of Aging and the Piedmont Triad Council of Aging. Our governor's issues this year with the Senior Tar Heel Legislature are trying to provide affordable housing all over North Carolina. Stokes County, we have 100 counties in the state. There are only 41 counties represented by the legislature. Our goal this year for us in Stokes County is, especially through the Regional Council of Aging, is trying to get the legislator to approve 6 more ombudsmen to help supervise and assist and help police assisted living and nursing homes in our area, which is a 15-county area. And in the Stokes County Council of Aging, we look after Meals on Wheels, transportation to and from medical appointments, help with the senior centers, and anything we can do to further advocate for our seniors. Just let us know. Rick and Jane know how to get in touch with me well.
I'm sure Paula does too, doesn't she?
Yes, she does too.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
you.
Thank you.
In case you don't know, he has taken Tom Southern's position for the county. So Tom's been doing that for a number of years. So thank you, Mr. Stewart. Martha Hatley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Martha Hartley, and I live at, I know, sorry, I didn't write very well. I live at 1100 Buck Meadow Lane, King, Stokes County, North Carolina. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Last month's Stokes News headline article on your March meeting about growth and traffic concerns brings me here tonight. Thank you for your wisdom in pausing to think about King and its future. I have lived at my current address for 32 years. My family and I totally appreciate and value the community character and quality of life we enjoy here in King and Stokes County. And that's because King is a unique small city. It is the gateway to the foothills, as the city's website proclaims. And the heart of King is the charming and energetic historic downtown, where annual events bring out the best in community engagement. King's quality of life also includes attractive city parks, a fine library, the YMCA, commercial areas, the fairgrounds, local businesses, medical services, area schools, churches, a safe environment, and clean air. But King is at an inflection point. Traffic concerns are just a symptom. The question is, what does King want to be? There are considerations, specifically the immediate proximity of US 52, future I-74, which has driven city growth, and that pressure will only increase. Within that reality, there are nearby examples of future possibilities. Clemens and Kernersville, for example. Both were once at the stage where King is now. Are they the aspiration for the city of King? Quality of life is not equal to quantity, or in this case, population growth. Quality of life is a mixture of thoughtful planning, a strong sense of community, and civic pride. King has the opportunity to plan its future, and hopefully it will be guided by high quality of life considerations. With regard to traffic issues, there are opportunities for improvement. Even a sidewalk initiative would go a long way in providing a safe way for people to walk throughout the city. And it would be great to extend sidewalks to link up King's neighborhoods. Thank you all for your commitment to the city of King.
Thank you, Mrs. Hartley. I'd like to address one thing that you brought up with the sidewalks. Yes, sir. We do have projected to run sidewalks from here all the way to Walgreens, and Walgreens all the way out to Village Camel Drive. That's
Camel
right.
Drive.
So that is projected. So thank you so much for bringing that to our attention, Ms. Hartley.
And thank you very much, Martha, for coming and making known your thoughts. I wholeheartedly think we need to have a traffic study. I have called for a citywide traffic study, and we're working on that.
Any other council?
No, thank you so much for taking part in this process. We really do appreciate it. And I think a lot of people in our city of almost 8,000 residents now have desires, but to come out and speak to us is much appreciated. So thank you.
Amen. Mindy McAlexander, or Alexander, excuse me.
Hey y'all, I'm Mindy Alexandra with Habitat for Humanity of Stokes County, and I just wanted to thank each of you and the water department for approving the assistance that you all did last month, and for always being there when I have a question that pops up. Ben is great and very responsive. Chuck and the crew are helping us with an emergent situation right now, and it's been a matter of days that things have been happening, and we're very appreciative. We could not do what we do without you, and we are so grateful. So I just wanted to share that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For those that don't know, Mindy was a Business Leader of the Year this year, so thank you for all you do, Mindy. Okay. No one else signed up to public comment, so we'll close this at 6:25. Next on the agenda is consent agenda. Consent agenda is the first order of business. This item listed below are to be non-controversial and administrative in nature. Be no separate discussion of these items unless a council person requests or a citizen requests and is granted permission to speak. The items will then be moved from the consent agenda to consider individually. Otherwise, all items will be enacted as one motion. Is there anything council would like to pull off of the consent agenda to discuss separately? No. Okay. I'll entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Terry, Jane, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you, council. We are on number 2. This is a good part about this job is I'm going to call Mr. Holden McCraw up here. He is an employee of the quarter, and his last name is the same as mine, but we're not any related, as you could, well, I don't know, I'm tall as you if I stand up here. But when I step down here, it's a different story. And when they first hired Holden, I said, well, you can tell that we're not kin. But his mom is the same height as me, and I said, well, how big is his dad? And said, well, he's about this size. I'd like to present you with a jacket and something that you might be able to enjoy. And I want to read you the employee of the quarter. Certificate of appreciation to Holden McCraw in recognition of valuable contributions by your peers. That's a great thing when you're voted in by your peers. Being nominated for Employee of the Quarter, first quarter of 2025. So that's for you. Take. You're welcome. And I'm going to read his nomination letter. It said, I'd like to nominate Holden McCraw as Employee of the Quarter. Holden works for the Public Works Department, and since he's been employed, has excellent at his work. He is always on time for work and has learned all aspects of the job. He's always ready and willing to do whatever's asked and goes above and beyond to make sure the job is done in a timely manner. He operates all equipment and does a really good job for our department. I feel he's very deserving of this nomination. It is my pleasure working with him each and every day, and gets along very well with all the other employees. Thank you, Ricky Lewis, Superintendent of the Public Works. So congratulations, Ricky. So we have moved this other one up to 2B, and I think there's a good reason for that when you'll see how many people are here for this. This is for recognition of Assistant Chief Mike Merritt for 50 years of service. And I'd like to have Mike come up here, and I think Steve Robertson, our fire chief, has something for him. And 50 years being with the North Carolina State Firefighters Association.
Mayor, council, and citizens, it's my honor to be in front of you today to recognize Assistant Chief Mike Merritt. If you would, I'd just like to read a quick little summary that was read a few weeks ago when he was presenting the Forsyth County Firefighters Association Fire Officer of the Year. As I sit down to write this, it's extremely hard to sum up the impact someone has had on an organization and a community for over 50 years. The first thing that comes to mind when describing Chief Merritt is dedication. Regardless of his role or rank in the department over his career, Chief Merritt has remained dedicated. Chief Merritt is our longest active member and will be our first member to attain 50 years of service in a few days. Chief Merritt still plays a critical role in our organization's command structure. His experience alone is irreplaceable. Chief Merritt has served in every ranking position within our organization, from firefighter to fire chief, including being named interim chief twice in a full-time capacity. Chief Merritt has seen our department evolve from a 100% volunteer department to our status as a career department. Many individuals in this capacity would have displayed some resistance to this change, but Chief Merritt did not. In fact, Chief Merritt was a leader in many of the changes our department has gone through over the years. In July of 2023, Chief Merritt had an accident at his home, preventing him from being involved in the department. Many of us were uncertain about his future with the department. Not Mike. The fire department was his motivation to recover. And recover he did. Although he may have a slight limp and may be a little slower, he's back in action watching over his guys. Anywhere our firefighters go in town, not a day goes by when someone doesn't ask them if Mike is still working at the fire department. As Chief Merritt approaches 50 years and you ask if he will retire, his answer, time will tell. If you ask his wife Linda, her answer is, he won't retire until we put him in the ground. So Chief Merritt is our modern day version of Andy Taylor. So, and I will say, this is not a retirement plaque. This is a recognition plaque for 50 years. So first I'd like to present Chief with this plaque, And it says, presented to Michael R. Merritt, thank you for your 50 years of service and dedication to the King Volunteer Fire Department, 25 years, and the City of King for 25 years. And it's got his dates. April 10th will be the 50-year anniversary, so. And on behalf of the North Carolina State Firefighters Association, I get the privilege to serve on that board. Currently the first vice president, I'd like to present you with your 50-year pin from the North Carolina State Firefighters Association.
Can you talk, Mike? I'd like to get him and maybe some of the other firemen to get up here. And Terry's here from a newspaper, maybe get a picture of all of you guys.
They need to come over there. They need to come up here.
Yeah, come
We've
on.
got time for all this.
You're young'uns. There you go.
Yeah, y'all fit.
Amen.
Are they coming?
Yeah. Come on, guys. Amen.
Y'all squeeze in a little bit.
We don't know who we're looking at.
Amen. You might want to get Mike's family up here with him.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, get them up here.
We'll sit down for this one.
Oh, this is your family, right?
Your other family.
This is my second.
Your
There
first
you go.
family.
So when y'all see all these firefighters and you hear a siren, I want you to stop and pray for them and know that they're serving our city well. Oh man, that's great. Mike, thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Yes. Thank you so much.
That's great.
I'd just like to say, I appreciate all the support from the city council since we moved into the city. Without me, how my brother would be here right now. Nicky, my son, I brought him in 1990. He served 25 years with me. He retired in 2015 as a lieutenant with the fire department. So I brought him along. With all these other guys, I helped interview them coming in for their full-time positions. My wife's sitting over here. She told me, I really don't want you to do it. No, I think it was. You did. Exactly.
You did what?
A lot of you don't know, this used to be the fire station.
Yep.
Upstairs was our meeting room. Thursday night, this coming Thursday night, April the 10th, at 7 o'clock, will actually be the 50 years, and it happened here in this building.
Amen.
And I can remember that only because back then, we always met on Thursday nights for our training and our meetings. So that's how I knew it was on a Thursday night when I got in. So, again, support from the PD, everybody else, thank you. I still plan on being here,
Amen.
because he won't let me leave.
That's exciting, isn't it? That's what it's all about, living in King. You got family and comes along and other family and his son's on our police department and grandson and just thank you for all your service, so. Okay, moving right along, we're on, number 3, which is presentation of audit, financial statement. Gibson and Company will present the annual audit and financial statement.
It ain't me.
I believe we better help him. I better help him.
Doug, was that you? Okay, thank you. Okay, so next up, number 3 is a presentation of auditing and financial statements. And they are not present. Okay, so we will just table that. We'll move to number 4, which we added to the agenda, which is consideration to allow a trial run of a movie night in the overflow parking lot at Central Park. I think Gina Calloway's got this.
Mayor, Council, I was contacted by Mr. Todd Lankford wanting to do a drive-in movie at Central Park using our overflow parking, which is in the grass field. The only time we use this is when we have Kingfest. He gave me some details on this. He said we want to do a trial run of it on Friday and Saturday night. He's not sure how well this will go. And if it is successful, he would like for us to take it to Parks and Rec Committee and then bring it to council to possibly do it 2 days a week. I'm assuming through the summertime. He didn't give a definite time frame. But I talked to him about let's doing a trial run to see if it's even going to be something that our community is interested in before we went into a whole lot of work with that. Details are he would set up between 6 and 6:30. People would start arriving about 7 p.m. The movie would start between 8 and 8:30 depending on what time it actually got dark. Maybe would last about an hour and a half. He said the event would be over and everyone would be out by 10, and then it would take them an hour to tear down. The one issue we have is our park closes at 10 o'clock, which would make it kind of difficult for everything to be done and out by 10 due to the fact that if we started a little early on the movie, you wouldn't be able to see it because it would still be daylight. A couple suggestions that I came up with was maybe we allow him the extra hour to tear down on these particular days of the event, or if the council wanted to look at the idea of doing a seasonal change of time to where the park would be open to 11, maybe starting the 1st of May and ending the 1st of October, and just doing it seasonally. The other thing that might help this is other events that possibly would come to Central Park at the amphitheater, concerts or whatever. as it stands now, being 10 o'clock, they would have to be finished and out of the park at 10, not just letting the concert or movie or whatever be over at 10, because they do have to have at least an hour to tear down. That's just something to consider. Not changing it all the time, just a seasonal thing where it's daylight longer and people are out more. He wants to have food trucks. He said he would have no more than 2 at any given time. If this is possible on Friday night, he will have 1 food truck. Of course, they will have to fill out our city paperwork, pay the vending fee, which is a $50 fee for every time they vend on city property, and of course, they have to fill out other paperwork. Mr. Langford has provided his certificate of insurance for the event. People do have, we don't allow events without a certificate of insurance. That covers the city, and it covers them if we have any incident happen. It takes the liability off the city. And that's for everything we have from from our leagues to any event that we have. Mr. Langford will collect fees for the movie. The fees are $30 per car. If a car comes up and it's less than 4 people, then it will be $10 a person, not to exceed the 30. You know, if you have 4 people in there, it's 30, but if you have 2, it'd be 20, $10 per person. He will have staffing that will, as they come into the park, I don't know if everybody's familiar with where you come in. When you come in the Veterans Memorial parking lot, you go all the way to the right, and we have an entrance over into the field. That's where they would collect their fee. He does have staffing that will take care of helping park. They have the safety vests, the lighted wands. We do have T-posts in the field marking the areas where they would park. He said if this becomes something that we would allow to happen through the summer or whatever, they're going to purchase trash cans to attach to each one of those posts to use, and they will leave them there. So when we have King Fest, they would be there. We could put our trash bags in, use it. They will clean up and take care of everything. The only thing they need from the city is the use of the field. They will not require electricity, because I told them we did not have that, but they are fully self-sufficient with generators. So they have all that. The only thing that they'll require from us is use of the field and use of the restrooms. And at some point, he had talked about in the future doing maybe a movie night in the park, which is what Olivia had done in the past, where they have a movie screen on the amphitheater field and have the community come in. And he said, we talked about possibly a sponsorship with the city with that, where we would let him come in and do the movie, and there would be no charge to the community to come in and watch it, sort of like Olivia did, I think, a couple summers ago. And I don't know, we didn't get into that much, but he just had mentioned it. So if we do this and everybody wants to move forward with it, we could possibly look at that maybe in the summertime to have something for the children to come in. He did advertise this on Facebook, and he put out 2 movies. And the reason he put those out, and he had a good response with me, I can't say it. Anyway, part of the Lion King movie. Thank you. He has to pay fees to show these movies. And I don't remember if he said it was so much per how many people he has there, but he has to pay licensing fees to be able to show these movies. So he will pay to use the park. He'll pay the $200 fee for a for-profit event. And then, of course, the vending fee will be $50. If he has 2 trucks, it'll be $50 per truck. And we have had for-profit events before in the past. It's been several years ago, but the Arts Council has had concerts in the park. We haven't had many, but we've had a few over the last 20 years.
I know Eddie McGee had talked to some of us about possibly doing movies there. Set up a screen at the amphitheater and show the movie on the back of the screen, so you can see it out in the field. So, I'll open up for any questions that council may have.
I have some questions.
Okay.
Okay, so this $200 fee that he'll pay, will he pay it each night that he uses it, or?
For right now, yes.
So he'll pay $200 on Friday night and $200 on Saturday night. And then will he pay a vendor fee for his concessions that he's
That's
bringing?
included in with, we have in the past, and because it's been a while, and I just have taken this back over, I'm not sure what Olivia did, but in the past, when the person has had the event, they were allowed to sell popcorn. He said the only thing that he would sell would be like popcorn, candy, and like drinks. And then the food truck would be there to have like, I don't know what this truck sells, whether it's hamburgers, hot dogs, or whatever it is, if people wanted to come and have dinner.
Okay. So I did want to say that I'm really not in favor of changing the hours of the
Okay.
park. I can see allowing them that hour, them or anybody else, that hour to
Okay.
get out, because they would be the only people that would be there doing that, would
Right.
be those folks that are paying that. And then, let's see, so I was surprised to see this on Facebook because I didn't know anything about it. And so then to say that it was happening in the park took me back just a little bit. I'll have to just be honest with you and say that. I have had a handful of people express, that they were excited about it. And then I've also had more than a handful of calls from people that are concerned about the with it starting late with the noise level. So I went out there today and just looked to see how close some of the homes were, and some of the concerns that I have had came from School Street, and some from across the other side of the park, where that, I forgot where it, you know what I'm talking about? Just concerned about how loud this is really going to be, because it has been told to me that when the bar across from Sheets was more active earlier, that they could hear their concerts at their homes. And so they're just concerned that this is going to be kind of in their back door. So I went out there and walked all around the field to see how close some of the homes were, and they are close.
Well, I'm wondering, Terry, if this is because people are going to sit in their cars and watch this.
Right.
So I'm wondering if it's not going to project through their radios in their car. It will be wireless, so it won't be an outside. Yeah.
So that's the way they're
Yeah,
planning to
just
do
like
it?
an old-timey
Yeah.
drive-in
Okay.
used to be. Except
Okay.
you don't have that speaker on your window. It actually
Right.
coming through your radio
Okay.
and your vehicle.
Okay, and so, I also then, wanted to know, are we, I don't know exactly, don't know exactly what we've done in the past as far as maintenance for that parking lot. Because I brought this up two other times, and I have pictures if you would like to see them, of going into the park where, the gravel for that side, there are ruts in there when you go in there. So if we've got a lot of people coming in there, do you have in the budget for that? And, because we need to, if we're not already maintaining that parking lot really well now, and then we know we're gonna have this extra traffic in there 2 nights a week, then, I'm hoping that I'm gonna see money in there for gravel and to keep that, because it's the same places that we keep talking about that has those ruts in whenever you come in. And then when I went out there today, I guess, has anybody looked at this piece of property, this overflow area? And is it ready for Friday night?
It was
Okay.
mowed today.
So I guess then maybe since 1 o'clock, they've removed the tree?
Yes.
That is
It was
across
moved
there.
this afternoon.
Okay, and so then are we gonna be up, so it's not, the temperatures are not gonna be real warm the rest of this week. I'm not a weather person, I'm just telling you what I've read. So, as we go in there, are we gonna be putting some more gravel down so they won't be spinning out there in the mud?
In the
No,
field,
as you're going in, where the
oh,
gravel
where
ends,
it
where
crosses
it's so
over.
muddy there. Yes.
I've not been out there, so I've not seen.
Well, I have, and I've got some pictures. If you would like to see them, I'll be happy to share
Yeah.
them with you. But just those kinds of things. I mean, we need to be ready, and we need to address those. I'm not against this, but I feel like it should have been done with a little more decency and order, and we should have known about it before we read about it on Facebook. We should have known about, the details and all the other things, so we could express how we felt about it, and you all could have done, but instead, a lot of people have gotten upset about or negative about it because we just, we don't know what's going on.
Well,
So that's-
normally it's just like any other rental we do at the park. I mean, we were gonna just try it before we even moved forward. And a lot of people that do this, they apply, do their special events and their permits and all that, and we do they do their event or whatever.
Right.
But I suggested to Scott that we let you know. I mean, the gentleman just reached out to me a week ago, I think, with the idea. He sent me an email.
Yeah, well, and I understand that, and we're all accessible by email and all those kinds of things, but I guess it's just the fact that it's something that's already planned that's gonna be ongoing,
Well,
sorta like that.
we were not gonna let that happen until we tried it. That
Yeah.
was the thing for the trial run, to see if there's even any interest. He may not have 5 people show up. And then we wanted to take, after we saw what was gonna happen, we were gonna take it to Parks and Recreation, let them do their thing and make the recommendation to y'all, which is what we normally do. Or that's our little pathway that we do, so that they can make the recommendation, hash out some of the things like you're asking now, and then send that recommendation to the council.
Okay.
But we just wanted to try it because I'm not sure, I'll just be honest with you, I'm not sure if this will go or not.
Well,
I
I think
mean-
a lot of people are really, people, children are, excited about it or whatever, and I think the more we have, for our citizens to do, something to offer, I think that's great. It's just the logistic part of it, and then when I went out there and saw that tree across there and all the other things, I'm thinking, because I wanted to just go see for myself, plus I couldn't remember how big the field was, and then with neighbors, with, citizens calling and expressing concerns, then I wanted to go see for
Right.
myself.
Right.
What it actually looked like. But I do, I appreciate the answers to the questions and
Sure.
all that, and thank you for the
You're
for the
welcome.
information.
You're welcome.
Councilman Lane, you have any questions?
One, thank you very much for your work on this.
You're welcome.
In a situation like this, all of us love our community. We want to see growth and exciting things, and people are always asking for things for families. So this is something I'm looking forward to. I do have small kids. This is great. I do like the idea of added revenue, even if it's only $200 a night. That'll buy some gravel. That can move some things in the right direction. And then to the park guys, thank y'all for your guys out there doing things and making sure this is taken care of and ready to go. So I'm looking forward to this, and hopefully it's a success. And Mr. Langford in time can buy his own property and have a full-scale drive-in. That'd be great.
Councilman Bowles, you have any questions?
Yeah, I've got a couple. So is the insurance that he's gotten, is this a event by event basis, or do you know, or is it?
He has a certificate of insurance for his company.
Okay. So
And
it
so that-
isn't.
And we're listed as an additional insured on that.
Okay.
And we do that with every certificate of insurance that we get. They have to list the city as an additional insured. So we are specifically listed on this certificate of insurance.
Okay. So there wouldn't be any issues if we were to move forward
No.
with future showings, that
No.
this wouldn't be a one-time deal. Okay. Second question is, which field in particular is it? I know it's spelled out here, but
If you come in the Veterans Memorial parking
Yeah.
lot and you go all the way to the right and go down, there's a small chain that's up, and you cross over, and we have a big grass field over there. The only time it's ever used is during King Fest,
Okay. Is it
and
the
they
one
usually
that's-
park vendors over there.
Okay, is it the one that's attached to like the the school
Yes,
property?
mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, I just wasn't 100% sure which one that was, but okay, that answers my question, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, I got a couple of questions.
Sure.
I agree with Terry that I really don't want to change the hours of the park, but I think we can do it on a one-time basis, or if they need it again, that could be done on an individual basis. So I think that could be done.
We just want it because the park closes at 10, and if they're in there after 10, they could be charged with trespassing. So if we allow, we could have it changed on our rules and everything where they could have that extra hour just to tear down and get their stuff out. We just don't want to break the rules of the park.
Right.
And that
And I
would be the only
understand
thing that
that.
would help that.
And, we did that because we had some watering going on in there and some other things that was questionable. So I really am not interested in changing, but like I say, we can do it on a one-time or a two-time basis or every how often. I'm not against this. I just want to make sure all our i's are dotted and our t's are crossed. Has our attorney seen this agreement and we're okay with it?
This is the agreement we've always had, so I don't know.
Well, this is just a little bit,
It's-
not unusual, but a little bit different from our normal things that happen because,
No,
Pardon?
this is the same thing this is for all events. We use it for everything. I mean, this is not anything any different than a lot of events we have.
okay.
It's
Well,
just, a lot of people don't
I just want to make.
ask to do it like on a consistent basis
Yeah,
over
and
several
that-
months.
And that's what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
consistency. I just want to make sure because I don't want the city to be liable if something happens.
It says on there that once they sign it, we are not liable for anything, they are. And that's what this insurance certificate will cover
Okay.
if there is a problem.
So Jane, can I ask one? Sure. So are they signing a new, agreement every time they use, for a weekend? Are they
Yes.
assigning, so they're signing a new one
Each time, and
Okay.
then if we,
That's all.
what we would, if this were to become something that would happen monthly, we would get into a special events permit, the actual big permit that we do, and we would have to list the dates on there that they would be here.
So how long is it before it's considered like that kind of?
Well,
agreement?
we're just, this is just a trial thing. We're just like any normal, if you rented the building or a picnic shelter, this is a 1 or 2 time rental. And then if we see that it's gonna be successful, once we take it to Parks and Rec and bring it back to you, then we would do a full-scale total events permit. And he would need to provide us with dates that he wanted to do this, and it would have to be approved through the city in order to do that. It's not just something we'd say, okay, you can do it, Well, they would have to follow the rules just like everybody else.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
so one other question. I've been at the field. I know what it looks like,
Mm-hmm.
and I know how far it is from the restrooms. Is there any way he could bring his own porta potties?
Well, we actually have a cut through. We have a pathway
I
that's
know.
through, that's
Yeah.
to the, and they don't have a problem with that.
They don't, do the people who come there?
Well, if he brought porta johns in each time, then they would be bringing them in and then having to come in and take them out each time. When people walk through there, when they have King Fest, and I don't know, I'm not exactly sure where the walkthrough is, but I don't think it's.
right, next, well, the last time I saw it, which was recently, it was right next to the, where some of the food vendors are.
Oh, it comes out in the food vending area. I don't know.
So the rental charge includes well, okay, wait a minute. I guess I should make it. So when are the restrooms clean there? Or somebody?
They're clean daily.
I know, but is it at nighttime? Are we gonna have to pay somebody to go out there and clean after these people leave?
No,
Do
they'd be
when do
clean
they
the
do
next
it?
morning.
So they clean in the morning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And we would make sure, and of course, we're on call. If something goes wrong, all they have to do is call and we come out.
Oh, yeah.
I came out several times Saturday.
I'm not concerned about us and what we do, because I know that our people are good and responsive and all those things. I'm not concerned about that, so.
But we make sure when we have events that everything is stocked up and taken care of. And we have, even during events, have someone periodically come, check things. If it's like when Dancing Daughters does their thing on that Saturday, they're there all day. We have people that will come in and check the restrooms, make sure everything's okay. Just a quick in and out. And if they have problems, they would have our numbers. And we certainly could come take care of it if something happens.
So, is the guy gonna come and try to set up his stuff before
Yes,
Friday
he wants
night?
to do that and set it, just do a trial run of just setting up the screen and all that.
And when will that be?
Well, we needed to get through tonight as soon as he wants to do it before Friday. Of course, it would probably be, if everything's good, tomorrow or Wednesday. I guess they want to come in, set it up, see how long it takes to get everything set up and everything like that.
I think that's all I have right now. And we do have a certificate of insurance.
Yes, ma'am, it's right here. Did
Okay.
you want to see it?
No,
Okay.
I trust you.
Councilman Bowles, you had.
And I've got one more question.
Sure.
Does he have a planned start time for these?
Yes,
showings?
yes, he said that the people, they're gonna set up between 6 and 6:30. They'll allow people in at 7, and the movie will start around 8, and some days if it's really sunny, it might be between 8 and 8:30. Movies are about an hour and a half. He said that everybody would be done and out by 10 p.m., including the food trucks. They would be the only ones left there to tear down and get their equipment up.
Okay. Well, and the reason I ask is, I know, like, he had 2 movies on there, because I was actually, I was interested in it. We're going to be out of town, but anyways. But he had 2 movies that were presented, Mufasa and Wicked. I think they're doing Mufasa, but if they were to do Wicked, I think that's like about a 2-hour, little over 2-hour movie. So then we would run into our time.
Right.
And so that's a concern for me, because right now, if you look outside, it's still light and it's 7
Yes.
o'clock. So,
And that's
not-
something we would probably need to address with him, that we do movies that are not gonna be over the hour and a half, hour and 40-minute time limit, to keep it where we can stay within the hours of the park.
Okay.
Well, I guess I do have one other question,
Sure.
and I know you probably don't know the answer to this, because what is the, with so many movies on TV now that you can get, Netflix and all the stuff you can get, what's the thought, how many people does he think this is gonna draw?
I don't know. I think, I don't know, I can't answer that, because we didn't really discuss that part of it. We discussed on how much interest there would be, but I know a lot of people, I have grandchildren, and to go, of course, they didn't ever get to experience a drive-in, I did. It was fun, you were in the car or sitting in the back of the truck, you had your own little snacks, and it was just fun to go do. I'm not sure, but it stemmed from back when COVID was going on. I think their idea come from that, he said.
And maybe that's why he doesn't wanna go buy land right this minute, and maybe that's why he just wants to
Just to
do a
see,
trial.
yeah,
just to-
Mhm.
to
I
see.
got
mean,
you.
don't
I
blame
got
him.
it.
I wouldn't
I got
invest in
that.
all that if I didn't think it would
I
fly,
agree,
but-
yeah.
I did just pull up their Facebook page, and there's 128 interested. That, of course, doesn't
Oh,
equate
wow.
to numbers coming, but
Okay.
there's 128 interested.
My husband asked me to get all my questions answered tonight, cause he didn't wanna go sit and see this kid movie. Yeah, okay. But I think a lot of families will probably, go. It's
I
just a
think they
different
would enjoy
experience
it.
for
I
their
mean,
children.
I'm not sure. I'm like you with Netflix and all these other
Yeah.
things,
I just
but
don't have a clue how many people it would draw, but I think it's worth trying.
Oh, yeah.
So, all questions answered?
Did you have any?
I do.
Oh, well, go ahead.
Wait till that, because y'all got a lot of them that I was gonna ask. So we have already committed to the 11th and 12th.
we're not 100% committed. I mean, we still, because this has come up, I told him today that I would be back in touch in the morning. We want your blessing on this, make sure everybody's on board. And the time frame was the thing for me.
Right.
Because the park closed at 10, and if we can allow this extra hour for people to be able to tear down and be out of the park that are actually putting the event on, I think that will help a lot.
Had he looked at other properties in the city to try
He
to
did
put
not
it-
discuss that with me. So
How did he land on our property and
I
the
don't
park?
know. He didn't say.
Because
I
I'm
don't know.
thinking American Legion.
Did
He
he?
did come to you,
Okay.
And
okay.
And, he said he had another place he's looking at that was cheaper than what we got charged.
Well,
How much were y'all gonna charge? Okay, so we're
We're
cheap.
back on, maybe we need to go up on our fees.
We need to go to
Let's talk about that
350.
at budget time.
So if council rules on this tonight to have a trial 11th and 12th, this does not commit us to any future date.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, because I told him, I said, I mean, we've got a process we go through, and I would want it to go to Parks and Rec, and then that to come to y'all before we made a commitment of something that would be monthly. Because we've never done, we don't do it on the community building, you know, we don't do it on the picnic shelters. So it would be something new that would need to be approved before we moved forward with that.
I've got one more thing.
Yes, sir.
So I am the last one that wants to throw a wrench in these plans.
Okay.
However, I did just look up the movie that they are showing, and it's an hour and 58 minutes. So
Okay.
we're going to be ending at 9:58 and getting 100 cars out of the parking lot in 2 minutes. So that might be a little bit.
And that's something we'll
Challenge.
have to talk to him
Well,
about.
Well, if you got an extra hour, they'll have.
You know, they'll get them out pretty quick, and I don't think it'll take very long for, I've not seen their equipment, but he does have the staffing to get the parking in and get it out. He said it would be no problem. So,
And I guess we'll know after this weekend if we all agree to.
I got one other
let 'em do it.
question before. And I know this is family entertainment, and I understand that, and you probably don't have to have a police presence at Dancing Daughters or anything like that, but I'm wondering, will there need to be a police presence there? Or any traffic control?
Do we require police presence for any other for-profit?
we do
event?
at certain events if it's over a certain amount of people. But at Dancing Daughters, they have over the amount of people, but we've never had a police with them. Jefferson Church does their event every year.
In
They
the
have
daylight,
about
though.
2,000
In the daylight,
people.
yeah.
And they've not had, I mean,
What's
they've
the
been
rent?
really good at their organizing and getting people in and out.
What's that number that requires you to have somebody?
Is it, gosh, I don't know. It's changed since I've been, it's 300 or 500 people. That's what I'm thinking
You're
too.
not gonna have that many people.
I don't
Well,
think so. I don't
all
think so.
other events we have, people are not staying in their cars. They can't reach under the seat and get their liquor bottle and have a drink.
That was my
You know,
next
I'm thinking of
question.
stuff like that, or drugs, or drinking in their car. You know, they get out of the car and they go in the park and they're watched. If you're in your car, you can't really monitor what they're doing in that car.
That's true, but it still goes on when people get out of their car.
Well, you're right,
Because we find the evidence when we clean up.
you're right.
And we find the evidence in our building. People, you tell them no alcohol and you go in and clean and they're not smart enough to take the trash out sometimes. I mean, you know, it's kind of,
Yeah, they are, that's what he said, they're breaking the law because there's no alcohol in the park.
Well, they do that.
yeah, so.
Well, I
Is that
personally,
in our contract? No alcohol,
well, it's on our.
And no
park
It's on their
sign.
rules and
no
regulations.
drugs, I know, but we need to.
It's in the paperwork they're given, no alcohol, and it's on our rules board at both parks. And we tell them no alcohol. I tell them no alcohol. But,
But they can't monitor people's cars, what they have inside. Right, Ian? They can't monitor people's cars.
I mean, that's the only difference I see is, any other questions? I do have one other thing. I was, put out a little bit, and I'll tell you right up front, that I had to see it on Facebook.
Me too.
I mean, me being mayor,
mhm.
I think I should have known about it, and I was blindsided. I saw it on Facebook. And it said on it, "This is official." I took a picture of it, sent it to Scott. I said, "Is this for real?"
Well, I'd already been discussing it with Scott.
Yeah.
And I got with him and then that's my line of communication to you
Right.
is through Scott.
Yeah.
I mean,
And my
if
line
you
of
want us to reach out, I mean, if you wanted me to reach out, but I always reach out through Scott and Ben,
And that's our line of communications to you, because he's your boss.
right.
You know, and that's the reason I got with him.
Well,
As Rennie would say, I think we got out in front of our headlights. Now, me being a country boy, I'd say we got the cart before the horse. I personally would have liked it to been handled differently. I would have liked to
Okay.
have went to our Parks and Rec first and got, all these questions would have probably been answered at that point and then brought it to us. But hindsight's 20/20, and I'm not trying to throw a wrench in it either.
No, and this was handled just like any other rental or event that we have. That's why it wasn't really, because Scott and I discussed it, and we decided we needed to let you know.
Yeah.
Normally, when people call to rent it, they rent it, do their paperwork, and have their event. And this is just kind of the same thing. It's, I
A
mean,
little bit different than renting a shelter. I mean,
well,
when you-
not for like
you
the
know.
amphitheater, like an event like that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because people, they have concerts and the churches have their events and that type of thing. And we've always just went through the process that we have. But now, if we need to change that process, we certainly can look at doing that. And I don't know what over the past few years was done. I know that's how we did it when I did it before.
Okay, council, what's your verdict on this? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to allow a trial run for 2 occasions, and then moving on to the Parks
So this-
Board.
So you're making a motion to allow it to happen the 11th and the 12th?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous, and thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for the
Yeah,
information.
thank you, Gina.
And it's okay to do the 11, to let them have that extra hour?
Yeah, let them have the
Yeah.
extra hour, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and what we'll do is we'll look at changing our wording on our, for special events like this.
Yeah, on just a case by
And
case
we'll
basis.
get that Parks and Rec as well.
Yeah.
And we'll get that in and get that recommendation to you.
Thank you, Gina.
Hey, maybe we should think about
Oh, really? They went to them and we were cheaper.
Here we go.
Thank you, Ed.
Ed, see you, Ed.
Y'all need a break?
No.
Okay, let's keep going.
Already
Need a
said
break?
good. Let's go. Did you send it to her?
This is a
There, she's gonna say, who's that good looking guy beside me? I know.
Okay, we'll move right along to item number 5, which is rezoning request by High Meadow Lodge, and Mr. George put his time towards this. So, thank you, Mr. George.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought our site plan again. At the meetings, it is the same one. Since the, I guess it was the February meeting, we have, in light of some comments made by council members, we have done some additional due diligence on the site.
Okay.
In regard to the first thing I will discuss was the traffic impact study that was requested by council. So we had contracted Davenport, a traffic engineering firm in Winston, to help us provide the traffic impact study. And so I believe that you all had copies submitted, I believe, by the last meeting in March of the scoping document that they prepared. And I'll just briefly go through and give kind of the synopsis here of what's going on. And so what they looked at.
Excuse me, is that the same one we got copies of?
Yes, ma'am.
The way I read that, it was done in 2023.
So that was the traffic counts.
Well, I want a traffic count because of the school situation and the school traffic that comes in there back and forth at the high use period. That's what I had asked for.
Okay. Well, I'll attempt to cover that
Okay.
in their proposed analysis here. And so The traffic count that they used that was published by NCDOT in 2023 showed a 2,900 at the end of Gulf Road with a 500 count on the other end. So that'd be the south end would have the 2,900 count average vehicles per day, and then on the north side that would be 500. And so their analysis of the peak, as far as projected growth, they had projected, at best a 1% growth past 2023, simply because traffic counts had been going down over time previous to that. And so I don't think that traffic counts would likely look much different, being as that historically they are trending downwards. But so in the scoping document, Davenport had noted, based on the peak hours, they were anticipating 120 cars at the peak hour going south, and then 179 cars in the afternoon going north. And so even with a 2,900 average daily count, looking at some of the NCDOT published documents, they're specifically the policy on street and driveway access to North Carolina highways, a traffic impact study would not be required from DOT if the development itself were going to generate 3,000 trips per day. So I think what the scoping document is trying to say is that even though there is a traffic count, we know that Gulf Road's there, we know that the high school is there.
And there's 2 other schools too that come through there.
Right, which were there prior to the last count.
That's right.
I think that what the scoping document is trying to get at is that our development as proposed is such a small trip generation that it would, like a development of this size, would never trigger any sort of formal traffic study from DOT or some other government agency, right? So, I mean, they own the roads, right? They're not going to let us connect without a driveway permit. And so in that driveway permit review process, we'll have our stop and sight distance triangles and other things which will be for our traffic safety. When we submit for the driveway permit, we'll have to show and prove all that to DOT. If they say that we don't have enough sight distance, which would allow for stopping of vehicles or, right in, right out on our driveway, then they would require us to mitigate for that. That could be the clearing of additional property in order to allow for sight distance. We've also offered DOT that we could shift our driveway, and the landowner and applicant owns the property to the south as well, and so we offered to DOT, when we get to driveway permits, if we get approved tonight, then if DOT deemed it necessary, we would slide our driveway even further south if they required it in order to comply with their sight distance and stop and sight distance triangles. So again, even in the warrants that is in the policy on street and driveway access in their roadway design manuals, these are available online. These are what we as engineers use as design guidelines for doing roadway improvements, whether that be a left turning lane, right turning lane, a taper, or whatever. Using their published warrants, there's nothing in our development that would even come close to triggering a turning lane from DOT's perspective. So I do believe that you probably have some school traffic and it's peak traffic, but I do believe that our development is so small and trip generation is so inconsequential that it's likely to have no impact.
Okay, questions from council?
Since you're talking about that, yes, do you mind if I?
Yes, ma'am.
I was looking at the conditions the planning board had set forth, and the number 7 and 8, it says a turn lane off Gulf Road needs to be installed for safety and constructed to NCDOT standards unless NCDOT refuses the request.
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know if they're, before we do anything, will they approve that request?
Would they approve the turning lane?
Yeah, in both these instances, it says, then a speed zone on Golf Road needs to be established to provide additional safety unless NCDOT refuses to allow it. So are you saying they're gonna refuse to allow that turn lane?
I'm not sure that they'll refuse us if we propose one, and we're prepared to provide one as a part of the conditions. I don't believe a traffic impact study would warrant it. So I think as a part of our conditions, we're prepared to provide one.
Well, I would like to
The speed
know.
zone change, I suspect, is not going to be approved by DOT. But we won't have a way to formally get an answer on that until we go through construction documents and develop our plans, develop our road connection, our driveway connection, and then submit all of that documents to DOT. That is quite a costly exercise as it goes through full construction documents, and generally would not be done unless we knew that we were going to be allowed to develop the site. You're asking the developer to risk $7,500,000, right? So that's from design and permitting fees, and because with turning lane improvement, we'll have to engage Davenport to do the traffic design, and so doing the full site design, all the detailed grading, the landscaping, just like we were going to do, DOT's still going to require that as a part of their driveway submittal. So generally, that's not done until after we know we're going to be able to develop the site to mitigate the applicant's risk, right? Does that make sense?
Not really, but, I just thought that, where it says unless NCDOT refuses the request, that's kind of a, if it is, if it's not, how do we know?
Well, we don't know.
Right.
And we won't know until we formally submit to DOT.
But apparently, the planning board thought it was important enough to have it on as one of the conditions.
I believe the planning board did. I can't say that other development of this size would warrant either, but that is what the planning board saw fit.
I know I had those same things underlined because it says a turn lane off Gulf Road needs to be installed for safety and construction to NCDOT standards unless NCDOT refuses. And then a speed zone needs to be established unless NCDOT refuses. I know when we did the development on Kirby Park Place, there's only 11 units in there, and they were going to it came before us, and they were going to apartment complex there, and they were going to put in a turning lane.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that would have been generating a lot more traffic than what we're looking at here.
Sure.
But then again, it's not sitting on a road where you've got football games and soccer games and basketball, and there's a lot of traffic on that road. I know if you do it daily, but then when you do it, if you take into consideration ball games, there's a big difference. And my concern is you got teenage drivers starting out. Then you got old people like me pulling out in front of them, and somebody get hurt. And of course, I know a lot of things. I've tried to get DOT to do some things here, and they say that it has to be a fatality to do it, which you're trying to avoid a fatality.
Sure.
So, anyways, Council Lady Fowler?
Don't have any questions.
Councilman Lane?
Things you had underlined is what I was asking about.
Councilman Lane?
So I want to make sure I'm understanding. I mean, so our planning board has requested a turning lane put in and a speed zone put in. So is our questioning from our side that if DOT refuses, what does the developer do? I'm just not understanding why it's a question.
I would like to know what NCDOT thinks about this, what their thoughts are. I would like to know that before we proceed on with this. But if they refuse either one of those requests, it won't happen.
I mean, as far as the development as a whole, I do very much like the idea of an independent living facility in King. I think, while it's certainly not the low-income housing that has also been requested tonight, it does seem like it definitely would fit a need in our city. I'm not sure that 45 units is going to generate the amount of traffic to cause these sorts of concerns. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a great thing you're working on.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, sometimes we run into these scenarios where we perceive something to be unsafe, or it may be unsafe, and ultimately, I don't regulate the roads, and so
Right.
we're at DOT's mercy, regardless on driveway permits or whatever, and, unfortunately, that's just how it is.
Mr. Mayor, I have a
Yes,
question. Jeff from the planning board is here, but the planning board had put that in. Is that due to the curve being there, to that curve? Yes. Okay, I understand that then.
Because of the curve.
Yeah.
We just kind of said it would be nice to look, and see if they
Right.
would.
Right.
And if they wouldn't, maybe a speed zone could be. or
Right.
We talked about maybe doing something to make it more visible on that, in that curve.
Yeah, I understand that.
That was our only problem.
But you also said if need be, you could move the driveway one way or the other too.
Right, so once we make a formal driveway permit to DOT, we'll have to prepare a plan and profile that shows our site distances. And so for some reason, if we do not meet their requirements as configured on the site distance, one of the things that we were thinking was we could shift the driveway further south, which would give us more site distance on the curve and meet DOT's requirements.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I want to say, Jeff, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. I was just wondering, but thank you for answering.
I
Okay.
think maybe if we had that option brought up about moving it farther down to where the site distance would be better, we might not have
Requested that?
requested that.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
we,
Mr. Mayor.
can I ask another question?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
sir.
So we've got 2 engineers on our staff. I mean, does this seem realistic or? Sure.
Thomas Scott will be the one that governs this, right? You know Thomas.
I don't know him specifically.
You could reach out to him before you prepare the plan. Just, hey, Thomas, will you come out with, or send him the drawing? You already tried it?
I've emailed DOT twice, asking for comments with no response.
Well, it's hard to do. Maybe I can do it for you.
That would be great.
You ain't the only one waiting on DOT. It is hard, but I know Thomas pretty well, and I know John too. Let me see if I know.
That would
Because
be great.
if-
Thank you.
I mean, if these are legitimate concerns, I would like to know, and if there is a way to know, that it would be great for us to.
The traffic volume is very low for their site.
I mean, it's,
What I saw with them.
as I look at this, I really don't see any logical issues, but I'm not an engineer, but
The DOT and see if they'll take a look at it. Say, hey, man, we got this project coming up. Will you take a look at it and just see, offer some input? They'll respond.
It's a good idea.
I would like for you to do that.
I would
just so
too.
we know. I mean,
I would too.
They're gonna regulate it either way.
They
So-
are, they govern,
Exactly,
they
that's
really govern.
Did John Davenport go out himself and look at the site and do the traffic count?
I can't say if, I don't believe
Or did
Davenport
he
did
do
a
it in his
specific
office
traffic
on a
count.
computer?
But DOT has published counts.
No, they came
Yeah.
out, yeah.
They did come out?
They came out to the site, but they didn't do a specific traffic count for it.
right.
If y'all recall, we did the Matic project, Thomas Scott, who came out here, Thomas Scott and I were the ones that staked out the Matic project. I know Thomas pretty good.
Okay. Councilman Wallace?
I agree with Michael. I'm very excited about the potential of a facility like this in King. I think it would be a great addition. I think we really need something like this. So my concerns are one with the traffic, but my other concern truly is the flooding in that area. I just want to make sure that this property or this location has been fully vetted, because I've been down there when you can't drive,
Sure.
for one, and you look at the site map and there's houses right across the street, but those houses are sitting about half a mile up the road. So that is my concern with this particular property. If Lord forbid, if we had something like what happened in, out in western North Carolina, we have, 150 elderly people that might not be able to, get out in time. Anyways, I'm what ifing, but
Sure.
that's something that I'm actually more concerned with than maybe even the traffic situation.
Sure. So the floodplain line, it's the 1% chance, which is commonly referred to as the 100-year. It's technically a 1% chance event. So we have that line shown on the site plan, and so the building is actually located outside of the 1% chance event. The parking lot may encroach in it just a little bit, but once we do the detailed grading, since this is just floodplain and we are going to avoid the floodway completely, the site will be elevated such that it's typically at least 1% plus 1 foot. So that could be 0.2%, it could be even less of a chance for elevation, right? You'd need to run the RAS models to determine. But as far as like a FEMA-regulated floodplain, FEMA-regulated non-encroachment areas will be completely out of, and the building will be elevated such that it will be out of the floodplain. So that's certainly a consideration that we've already taken into account.
I'd just like to say, that is my driveway. I've lived there my whole life, and it doesn't flood over my driveway. People call me whenever there floods and the bridge is closed and say, you're not gonna be able to get home, and I can't get home. So, I understand the concerns because I have seen it flood in that bottom and down to the bridge, but it does not come up, and he has studied this well for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and in all of this too, us being a small town, if this were an outside developer coming in, it'd be one thing, but I mean, we're talking about the people who built Pretty Manor, which is a place that I think has extremely high respect in our community. So I mean, I believe it would be done well, and they haven't cut corners there. So.
And I do believe DOT refused to reduce the speed on Pretty Road, although we petitioned for that when we built Pretty Manor. As citizens here in Stokes County, and that was in 2004. Opened the doors July 24th, 2004, and it is a testimony to the citizens of King. It is an excellent facility, and we look forward to providing another excellent facility. But again, as a developer, as a citizen of Stokes County, y'all can't control DOT, so we certainly can't control DOT. But we don't think that we should become stagnant as a community over that. If you don't like this site altogether, I'd rather you tell us tonight, and we'll see if we can't find something else, because the study alone was $10,000. And all this money that we're gonna be asked to put up with no guarantees at all. I mean, any good businessman would say, wait a minute, let me find somewhere else to go. So if that's your vote, then I'd rather hear it tonight and be done with this and at this location, if that's how you all feel.
Are you okay with letting our city manager check with DOT?
Certainly, Scott has been, he was instrumental 20 years ago in building, or 25 years ago, in starting and building Pretty Manor. He was wonderful.
We looked that water line for you.
Yes, I do. Tried to get taken by the then contractors, and the city of King said, no, they're wrong, and they were wrong. Thank you, Scott.
How many parking spaces do you have at Pretty Manor, if every parking space was full?
Oh, my goodness, I think there's 56 maybe.
I'm just thinking Pretty Manor compared to the amount of residents here.
This will be far less on the
Of course, the residents at Pretty Manor are not driving.
That's correct.
But they do have people coming and seeing.
Correct. And it gets full. You see them on the streets and the yard everywhere when they have a big event. On this, though, we have so many parking spaces because of their other requirements that this wouldn't even come before this council. When you have any type of multifamily housing, you have to have 2 parking spaces per unit, even if there's only one person living in it.
Right.
You still have to do that. And there's a lot of things that you require, and of course, with our background, we would also plan for any type of hazardous situation as well. Well connected in the state too.
I don't think council is trying to hold us up or cause you to not be able to do it. But we're doing our due diligence to be, for our citizens of King. And we have to look at each situation, and we take into consideration students down there. take into consideration the elderly people that be staying there. And I appreciate council, looking at it and and we're not trying to keep you from doing it. Don't think we're
Don't
trying.
think I don't wanna be safe. I have grandchildren at
Yeah.
West Stokes too.
Yeah, so,
So that's not it, but it is, I just guess I feel frustrated because I can't control DOT.
right, well, we can't either.
Exactly. So that kind of puts us in like a frozen motion,
Yeah.
and I don't want you to
Yes,
think I'm upset with you all,
Oh.
I'm not, but it's frustrating dealing with all the different government agencies that you have to deal with to do something like this.
Well, we try to put ourselves in your position too, because if I was putting up that money, and you've hired an engineer, you've done all the site plans, you've spent some money already, and we're not trying to keep you from doing it, so don't think that. But if you would agree with our suggestion to maybe get Scott to check on that, and I really don't see a problem with,
Any help.
I love the,
The answer out of DOT is preferred.
I love the idea. I mean, I may end up there one day, so, sooner than later probably, but, council have any other questions?
I just have one other. Tell me about this restaurant that's gonna be there. I mean, okay, what if they're there for 2 years and they decide that they only do the residents and they don't make enough money to stay? I mean, how is that gonna work? The restaurant is not gonna be an open to the public restaurant.
I understand that.
Because of certificates of need and licensure in the state of North Carolina, you have to refer to it as a restaurant. The residents themselves will have full kitchens in their units, but if they want to purchase up, say breakfast and lunch, or breakfast and supper, then they can do that. If they wanted to purchase guest meals and have a birthday party, they could certainly do that. But they're not required to purchase any meals. The other beautiful thing about it too is that we're familiar with a bunch of grants. So say somebody couldn't pay but $1 a month. Well, this grant money would come in and it would pay for these that are not financially able to pay the rent prices to keep the building maintained and the staff and all of that kind of stuff. So that it's not a restaurant. They're not gonna be paying every meal. If they opt for those meals, then it would be in their monthly bill. So it would be, it's not a restaurant, so it would be, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. That's why I'm asking these questions. So it would be someone to come in and make the meals on site, or would they be catered there? Oh, no, we'd have cook and wait staff, that kind of thing, we wouldn't have,
More like a cafeteria.
correct. You think, it does make you think of a cafeteria in a hospital. It'll be a little bit more homely than that, a little more well-appointed as well, tables and all of that kind of stuff and what they eat on. But it would be optional for them. Some people might say, I eat Cheerios every morning with a banana and I don't have anything for supper. They might only want lunch, then they only want lunch.
So they could opt in and opt out.
That's correct. That is correct.
So it's not an independent restaurant. It's essentially a service of the facility that you provide there.
Yes, but we have to call it a restaurant because of licensure requirements. And that too, you've got to understand from my perspective, having 36 years in the business, you do get frustrated because this one says you gotta do it this and this one says you can't do it like that. And then, you got all these agencies and nobody talks to each other. And then you just kind of feel like you're the one stuck in the middle. And I wanna be stuck in the middle with you all. That's where I wanna be. I want y'all on board with our project. I do think all of you see the necessity. Stokes County has no independent living. And if we could go ahead and move forward, especially if Scott can get somebody from DOT to come and put your understandable concerns at ease, then, I'd like to look for that CCRC, as we mentioned a couple of months ago, the Continuous Care Retirement Community, where you move in at this level, and then if indeed you need assisted living, or you need memory care, or you need skilled, we could work on that as we go through the years, but I want to do it at home, and this is home. Since those roads were dirt and we were driving through a Ford to get home, this is home. And so we would very much like to do those projects here and bring back for our loved ones who live here too, so they can stay here, not be in Winston. And I didn't get the opportunity to tell you, I've worked in Clemens for the last 5 years, and out of a 45-bed facility,
We currently have 18 Stokes County citizens living in Forsyth County in the building I work in. And we need more. Look around, everybody's gray-headed.
Is that assisted living or?
Yes, that's assisted living.
This is just over 55, not assisted,
That's
right?
correct. Now, if they get a home health nurse or their doctor refers them to Centerwell or even hospice, Mountain Valley, it's their apartment. They can have those people come in just as if they were at home to do certain things for them. You know, if there's certain equipment that hospice deems someone needs, we certainly wouldn't stand in the way. We'd help with that kind of thing. Because sometimes elderly don't want to go anywhere else. They want to stay where they are. And we are a big proponent of aging in place as is legally possible. You know, and as long as it's their choice, we would support their choice.
Understand.
So earlier, Mr. Stewart mentioned affordable housing and these grants. I mean, could these grants make this affordable housing for someone who maybe didn't save for retirement or?
Absolutely.
Okay. So there are grants
Let's say that
available.
their Social Security check, well, this would be a really bad one at this day and age, but let's say it was $900 and the fee's $3,000. The USDA can meet that difference, and we would continuously apply for grant money to accommodate those because we have grown up here. We know the citizens of Stokes County. We know everyone does not have what it would take, but we also know they don't have what it would take to get no benefits to go to a CCRC in Forsyth County. There is no one in Forsyth County that does any type of, that's not true. There are 2 that give away 2 scholarships per year. And you don't get a new scholarship until that person passes away.
Any other questions?
Of my biggest concern, that was it really cost. And if there are grant monies available that could help people.
Yes, go out and look at USDA. There's some really great stuff, and that's not the only grant source.
That does make me feel very good.
Yeah, when I first saw the prices, when you said last time, I thought, my Social Security, I couldn't live there, you know, with what I make, so.
Right.
Anyway, any other questions? All right,
Thank you all. We do
Thank you.
appreciate it.
I will entertain a motion from council at this point, whether approve, deny, or table until we get Scott's answer back.
I'll make a motion to table until we get Scott's answer on this.
Okay. Do I hear a second? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe we can move forward to this in short order.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, council, we're on item number 6, consideration of approval of audit firm. I think Ms. O'Brien.
Yes, sir, I do. Mayor, council, as our audit has been late for the last 2 years, council and staff have expressed an interest in finding a new firm. So we sent out packages to 12 firms and got 3 responses back. It's not really surprising to not get very many back in this market because a lot of the audit firms are fully booked with clients they can't take on anymore, and audit firms do tend to drop out from time to time. So, of the 3, we pushed one aside because they didn't mention single audit, and we'll have single audit. That's some of the grant requirements. Another firm was on the high end, I felt like, and they didn't answer some of the questions the way we were looking for the questions to be answered. So we have come down to A-Line Accounting, and they're from Charlotte, and their proposed fee is $30,960 plus $5,000 for each single audit. We will probably have 2. If we do, that would bring them up to $40,960, which is actually cheaper than this year's audit at $44,700.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. I was gonna ask.
So do you know anyone, are you familiar with this A-Line Accounting? Do you know anyone that has used them? Do you know anything other than, well, when you're researching about them?
They are the only firm that reached out and wanted to have like a Zoom call. Everyone else reached out via email to ask questions. And so we sat down and had a Zoom call. And their main partner has a lot of experience. She worked for another larger firm in the state for many years.
Okay.
Councilman Lane?
Do we have any references of other municipalities or counties that
I have some upstairs, yes, that I've used her when she was at the other farm, yes.
are there ways to put things like clawbacks in? For example, if they don't show up to present, that they don't get their full fee?
We can look at the contract.
That would be
I
wonderful.
mean, I have a draft of it, and I haven't read it all the way through yet.
Is that in our current contract that was $44,700? Yeah, let's. If that is typical to put those in there, I would like that in there.
It's not typical, but we could look at it.
For $44,700, you expect somebody to show up and
So is this
present.
person who didn't show up gonna come later and do it, or are we just gonna have this book and that's, do we have the book? I mean, I can't remember. Yeah, I know. So do we just, this is just ours on our own and you just figure it out?
I mean, I can go through it with you at another time, not tonight, but.
Oh, no, not tonight. About enough. Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Councilman Bowles?
The other two firms, that were also submitted, do we know the cost on those or no?
The, one would have been $45,220, and the other one was in between the two.
The second one was what?
It would have been in between it was in the middle.
In the middle, okay.
Even
Mayor
though,
Pro Tem?
even
You have any
though,
other
sorry. So even though this is the cheapest, we still think this is the best option
I think so.
regardless of price?
I think so.
I don't wanna be locked down to
Right,
cheapest just because it's cheapest.
correct.
Right. Mayor Pro Tem?
No, the only thing I was wondering is where they were from. I'd never heard of that firm, number one. And number two, will we get to see the contract before and will you
Yes,
run it
I
by
have
the-
it, and I would like to read through it and.
Then
let
you'll run it by the attorney?
Mhm,
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I just received it today.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking to see where we had supportive documents with it and didn't see anything else, so that was my question. If
Well,
we,
with the timing of notifying the audit firm, getting the bids in and notifying them, we didn't notify them until April 2nd. And so they put the contract together as fast as they could.
but you feel good about them?
I do,
Okay.
I do.
Okay, council, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the selection of A-Line Accounting.
Okay, Terry?
Second.
Okay. First and Jane second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous, 4-0. Thank you, council. So, number 7, departmental reports. Does council have any questions or concerns about the departmental reports that they would like to address?
I have none. I always enjoy reading Paula's
Yes, ma'am.
about the senior center newsletter. That's great, Paul.
It's really a shame she doesn't have anything going on over
I
there.
know it. Why don't she have something going on?
I tell people Paula's the superstar, so. Councilman Bowles, do you have any questions?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Councilman Lane? Councilman Lane Fowler?
No.
I've got one for the police department, looking at your activity report, and I am so proud to see, when I look at drug violations, and I see, I think, people have got the idea they don't need to be in King if they're gonna have drugs and everything. I really appreciate our police department staying behind that and cutting down on that situation, so, other than that, all of our departments do a great job. I know we talk about them all the time, and they probably say, I wish it'd be quieter. We do brag on you. We don't only brag on you in here, we brag on you out on the street too, and I really do appreciate all that you do. So, I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge the receipt of the departmental reports.
I make a motion. Second.
Okay, Terry and then Jane, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous. Thank you, council, 4-0. Okay, it's items of general concern. We'll start off with Councilman Lane.
First off, I think he's already gone, but I did see that Elijah Boo received a certificate of public administration from Liberty University. I thought that was a big deal.
It was.
So to congratulate him on that. Also, it looked like pickleball progress is being made over at Recreation Acres. So is that next month or so?
Next step is if we had put the fence post, of course, weather dependent.
Yes, sir.
Did he say so till the end of the week?
Yeah, they thought they would have the fence post in by the end of the week, and, talked to Eddie today, he said that he would probably, if they could get the fence post in, he would come out and put the bracket seal coat on sometime next week. Wrap it and the fence.
So maybe May?
The target.
I guess now it's all hinging on the fence post. He does
Great.
not wanna put any kind of coating on the court, why, if they still gotta come out and drill holes and things, so. That's why we're gonna get the fence post in, then he come back and run the fence.
Great. Also, several months ago, I asked about the possibility of reaching out to DOT about extra interchanges at potentially Trinity Church Road and Meadowbrook. Do we have any update on that, or is any?
I do know that John Ryan assigned those to different engineers, but I have not got a report back yet.
Fantastic.
It's like 4 different projects, I guess.
Okay, good. Also know that the Mercantile Chop House reached out about a grant request for downtown. Has any progress been made on that?
Yeah.
The committee that didn't meet after.
Yes, so they will meet next,
17th.
Okay.
What was the grant request for?
Facade improvement.
For, I'm sorry,
Facade improvement.
facade.
And those are how much money?
The most you can get is, you can get $3,600 and you can get your $75 application fee. Now, it's all dependent on how much you spend. You get, I can't remember it off the top, but you get so much for the first 1,000, so much for the next one. The most you can actually get back is 36 plus your $75 application.
Yeah.
And we haven't had anybody apply for that in a while, have we? It's been a long time.
Does that money carry over, or does it reset?
Mm-mm.
We budgeted, we typically budget for one every year.
Okay. What progress are we making on our agenda software? Is that, how's that going along?
So we've had the training, and it requires 10 years, because you guys asked for 10 years worth of, back, history to be downloaded. And, so I am trying to work on that, and so that is a little bit of the holdup.
I can understand that.
Because I have to add that to my daily job, which, I don't have any extra time, so I have to kind of do that where I can. And so, one thing that I did find out was that those 10 years are not searchable. So, when we put that information in there, it's just there. They're gonna have to know where to find it, or they're just gonna have to randomly look for that information. So, moving forward, because it's in their program, they'll be able to keyword search things. But that information that we are downloading and that I'm having to go and, put together for them, 10 years worth. So I'm having to rename every file to a certain format for them. That consists of agenda packet, and minutes for 10
Can we, I mean,
Can we get an intern or something? Do we ever use intern, not a paid intern, but there's people looking for, have we ever done that?
I do have,
Yeah.
one solution that I do have that I asked about was, I found all the agenda packets, and that consists of all of that information. Since it's not really searchable, we can download all of the agenda packets and have all that information still accessible.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the information that I have all of the minutes, the agendas, and the agenda packets. I have that saved.
and they're already on our website, right?
I can,
You can go back a little ways.
I can go back and I can open that back up.
If-
So you can, I just don't have them open all those years.
If they're not searchable, I mean,
Well, the
there's
packets are not on there.
there's no real benefit to this if they're not searchable. I mean, would y'all? I think that's why we wanted them so that people could find them. But
Well, why did we say 10 years?
What was
Somebody
your
help me with
original
that.
question?
how the progress was coming on the agenda software.
So why did we say 10 years? Did somebody tell us that, or we just said that?
That was the, when we paid for it, that's how far back they could go.
But we didn't have to do that.
We don't have to do that.
Why are we doing
Yeah,
that?
I'm not a fan of making you do busy work either. If there's no benefit to our citizens, I mean, so I would definitely like to cut down on that for you if the rest of the council would be in favor of that.
I am.
I don't see any use in, I mean, if we've got the agendas and we can go back and find them somewhere, but to have it 10 years.
Well,
Wow.
you gotta have a way of finding things. That's
Right.
the key. And I don't mean for you to do extra work, don't get me wrong, I know how that is. But it seems there should be some way of dealing with that.
Whenever these agendas are uploaded to this digital format, do they become searchable, or is it just a PDF of a document that's not?
Just a PDF, but once we start using the program, it is searchable.
That's what my interest would be, getting it so the quicker we begin to use this, the quicker it becomes searchable.
But I have to download all of this information before we can start using it.
So have you downloaded anything that we've done since we got this thing, like up to date? No. Yes? Maybe.
I think I have 3 years worth that I have.
3 years from 10 years back, or did you start for right now and you're going backwards? What are you doing?
Yeah, I think I have 23. I know I have 23 and 24 and 25. I have all of those.
If it's not searchable, I mean, could we not stop 3 years back? I mean, if someone needs that information, I'm sure you'd be willing to find it for them.
I mean,
if they all those requests.
As we do now.
Right.
We do now, and it's on our website now.
You type the minutes into that,
Excuse me, what was
into
the
that
question?
program, you type the minutes into the program.
When we start that program, that is an option.
Well, if we're paying for it, why the
We
heck
need-
are we not starting it? We need to start it.
Because I have to, they can't implement it until I have all that information in there.
Well, then why
Can
don't
we just go
say we
3
don't
years
want all
back
that
and move forward?
information in there?
You're talking about all the information from the past meetings?
My question is, why can't it be used now?
It should be
It-
searchable when you type minutes in, it should be searchable.
Well,
She
essentially,
hasn't started typing them in yet because she's trying to catch up for 10 years, which might be a
so
long
these are
time.
PDF files, which aren't always searchable. They're probably just flat images.
Correct. That's
Right.
and that's what I said earlier. But you said once
There's gotta
they're
be a way.
uploaded, they become searchable.
Like
There's
you
gotta
won't
be a
able to
way they
key-
can
You won't be able
integrate
to keyword search anything.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm talking about.
You won't be able to keyword search.
So they really aren't searchable in the sense that I was referring to. Like, if somebody types in,
Like if someone types in American
Legion, yeah.
it's not gonna pop up all of our documents in there that we talked about American Legion.
So this really isn't doing us any favors
They're
outside
still
of.
gonna come to me and ask me, hey, I mean,
Can you not talk to those people and see how they can integrate what we have into their system? It appears to me that could be done. You can integrate it. No?
Well, why do we want, I just still wanna know, why do we want 10 years? Why can't we just start now with what she's got, what she's already put in there, so we can really start using it? Cause then this thing's supposed to help you build an agenda and all the other things. Well, so we're not even taking advantage of the daggone thing.
Well,
So, I
can
think
we
we should
start
just-
it now?
Yeah,
Just
that's
say
what-
right now, you got enough stuff in there. You said you had 25, 24, 23?
If we've got 3 years worth, and there's no benefit to adding it, I say we let her stop where she is, and next month it becomes searchable.
So if we paid for it, shame on us. See if they'll give us some money back or some credit or something.
Yeah, if we're paying for
Can
it,
we
we need
not?
to use it, that's for sure.
Okay, he said we can see if they'll do something about that.
wish
But
they-
I want us to be able to use it. I want it to, because I thought it was gonna be to her advantage.
That's what I thought,
To
yeah.
help her build the agenda and all the things.
So moving forward, it will be, but up until this point, it's just been a lot of, yeah.
And one quick question, so from this point forward, will it be a fully searchable document?
Yes.
Okay,
This point forward, yes.
okay.
So beginning next month, if she could build the agenda next month, it's searchable.
But right now, I only have that for council. That's not any of the other meetings that I have.
But back to 23, that will not be searchable. Okay,
And that's
so it's
okay,
just
they're
from,
I mean,
it's just
you
from,
can view it, you can view it,
Right.
anybody can view it, but they'll just have to
Right.
randomly go and pull it.
so really, we're just starting to use this program April. Okay,
Or May.
May, okay.
Would y'all be okay with allowing her to just stop where she is now?
In May, that would be great.
I am.
I think so.
I would like to see that.
Start in May.
Yeah, that would save you work. And
My question is, if I thought, yeah, I remember about 5 years ago on council, we talked about this. But you've got paper copies of all of that, don't you?
Because really, if we just start the program like it is, I can still go in online and upload the packet the same. It's no different. I could upload them on our website.
Because I keep them on my
It's just
computer.
not
When you
gonna
send
be
us
in
a,
that program.
when you
Right.
send us an agenda every month, I keep that. So if I got a question in my mind, I'll go back and look at prior agendas to see what we had on the agenda.
Yeah, well, since we're paying for that program, I want us to start using that program.
Yeah.
That's a good question, because I didn't know what we were doing with that, so, Michael, thank you for.
And that
asking
may
So
then
what do we need to
make
do?
your daily job a little easier.
So you know how right now you can go online, you can pull the packet.
Yes.
So we could leave it like that. And but then moving forward, we could have this.
Yes.
program. We could leave all of
like
those
that.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fully in
Right,
favor of
yeah.
that.
And I could, even if we needed to put older ones on there, I can reopen those, leave it on there. The minutes, how they are, we can leave all of that on there.
I think that'd be great.
So, Scott, what do we need to do to make that happen if we're all in agreement with it?
We just
I
did.
just have to
Okay.
tell her.
We just gave
So
directions.
that's it.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
We didn't have a motion.
No opposition.
Next thing, just so y'all know, and so anybody here or watching knows, we had a meeting with Lizzie Morrison last week, with Dane and Ashley and some of the other folks who have interest in downtown. And I'll just be honest, I was blown away. And Assistant Chief Francis over here. I was blown away with some of the information that she gave us about the possibilities of what our downtown could look like. And I cannot wait to see where things begin to go. At some point, most likely next month, there will be a meeting that Lizzie will host along with this group that the public will be invited to come give their input on downtown, what they would like it to be. As mentioned, if people want downtown to be more walkable or more green space, or what our public wants it to look like, and the vision for our downtown. And then from there, our committee would continue to move forward with that, and it opens us up for the possibility of grant money, of all sorts of resources the state has that we just don't have access to. So we're seeing some really good things happen there.
I would like to see, when they do plan that meeting, whenever that's gonna be, I would like for us to help get the word out about the meeting so that our citizens know
Yes.
that we're gonna be doing this, so
And
they
I'd
can't
like to
say I
know
didn't
when.
have the opportunity.
Yes.
So we need to really help them, get that word out.
It'll be a big public meeting with everyone invited who would like input.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
That's
agree.
great.
And then the last thing is Little League opening day was Saturday, and huge turnout. Our Little League is, I think, busting at the seams would be a good way to look at that. Maybe even looking at future expansion. And I'm thankful to be in a city where things are happening. And so that was a good day. So I'll stop with all of my questions and comments now. Thank you.
Okay. Councilperson Terry Powers.
Okay, thank you. So, I was, playing soccer, not really playing soccer, I was supporting my granddaughter playing soccer, and I was not able to make it to the Little League opening ceremony, but I've heard so, many comments about that, and I am so excited that we have over 400, young folks that are participating in Little League. That's great, but I do wanna ask a question. So I had some people, approach me about, why is it necessary for, and again, this was a Facebook post, for Little League, parents and Little League board people to have to get the park, work on the fields and the dugouts in the park and stuff, and get it ready for opening day. So is that just a thing that happens all the time? And maybe I just didn't know about it, cause I mean, we hadn't played Little League in a long time. But a Saturday before that, and I was told by a board member as well, I asked the board member. And so a bunch of volunteers came and worked on the things. Is that, Stephen, did you?
They've been doing that
For
years.
for years.
Long.
Is it because we can't do it? Or is it because they want it a certain way? Or what is that?
I think it's just been a standard practice, honestly, for that. Just to help the fields be ready and, the capacity, they're using the fields.
Mhm.
It's just been I've got a 21-year-old now, so, as long as she was involved in softball through my time as safety officer, we've always had field work days
Yeah,
built in.
Okay.
So,
okay.
And we provide all material.
So they're gonna do it, and then you say, what do you need? Or they say to you, this is what I need.
Every day. And then linemen, we buy all the line from the linemen.
But they do it.
They actually.
Yeah, okay.
Team responsibility.
When that's even like when our school uses it for things, we line those fields with the cities.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't expect us to be lining it, but I was just wondering about, do we not have the manpower up there to do it? To get the things ready and all the things? Well, are we maintaining it along as we go, or do we just wait till, oh, hey, it's time for this, it's time for them to come and play softball, baseball, whatever they're playing up there, it's time for that, so let's just, go do it? Or are we doing regular maintenance to keep the things up? So you tell me we do regular maintenance?
As far as like what?
Regular park maintenance to keep our fields up, because I see we don't really, something's going on, like the dog park's not getting regular maintenance. I mean, the grass, the mud, the things. I see other things, so when this person, when several people approach me, and then I talk to this board person about, what they do. I mean, those are our fields that we have for our citizens to be able to use. And so if we're not maintaining what we have so that they can use it and it looks decent, then I want to know why. Is it because we don't have enough people? Is it because we don't have the money? I mean, it's I just want to be informed and want to know so that I can answer these questions intelligently when people ask me about that. Because I don't know what the person that's assigned there, what kind of maintenance they do daily. Is there a schedule? And I don't need you to sit there and rattle it all off to me. I just need you to, let me know, let us know, is it happening? Does that happen, or is there something we need to look at?
Yes, maintenance is being done on the parks daily.
Okay.
With the funds that we have and the staffing that we have.
So is it a fund and staffing issue that they don't look par all the time? They're just like subpar, like lots of?
There's certain things that we do certain times of the year. We just put ball field, brick dust on all the ball fields and all the rock dust on the ball field. And we do that in early spring, right before they start Little League.
Okay.
We try to do that just to freshen everything up and make everything look good for opening day.
Okay.
But we don't have enough money to do it twice a year, so they don't get done before fall ball, you know? It's just do it just in the springtime. The fields are drug every day, but,
Well, I can tell you from me, I've lived my whole life in a ball field anyway.
I know you have.
And typically, park efforts are directly proportional to the size of the town. That's common. You go to Augusta, Georgia, you go to these different places, and they'll have staff, and it's just directly proportional to the size of the town. But, I mean, I know other places that don't do the amount of work that we do.
Well, I know, I've been up there in the wintertime and they, you know, and the grass is up and they mow. You know, they don't let it get up and get out of hand. Of course, they don't have to mow it every week during the wintertime. I was up there just the other day and I saw them putting mulch out. Went to senior center and they had a tractor out there putting mulch and getting things looking nice.
The biggest portion of their day is every morning checking trash and cleaning restrooms from you.
Well, so does the person assigned to the park clean? I thought we had a person who cleaned the restrooms. We don't?
Park staff cleans the restrooms. The restrooms at the park.
And it's in each person's contract for them to clean it through rent and bill.
Yeah.
But that typically doesn't
That doesn't happen. So park staff
Okay,
is one.
well, I'm just gonna make that a little thing that I'm real interested in, and I'll be having more conversation with you about that. Let's just leave it like that. Okay, and so, another question that I wondered about, because, you know, you hear so many things, I would like to be able to, have something to hold in my hand or look at on my phone to read. Is there, when committees that we assign people to, that we appoint people to, I'm assuming that, since it is a legitimate committee, that minutes are taken at each of the meetings. Would that be a correct assumption? Okay. Okay. And so, would we be able to receive, we the council, be able to receive those minutes, so that we can keep abreast of what's going on with the different committees and things like that? Just in case that the cart gets before the horse or whatever, and we would be able to read that and, you know, kind of know what's going on.
Example would be like the senior center advisory board. Is that an example? Those type committees.
All of them, all the committees we have. How many do we have? We have the Parks and Rec, we have we have the one he chairs, and all those committees.
Yeah, economic development, you know.
All the committees.
You take minutes for that, Nicole? Economic development meeting.
So I think it would be helpful if we could, okay, it would be helpful, I'm speaking for myself up here, because they can do their own thing. I think it would be helpful for me to receive those minutes so that I know what's going on. If you all want them, you can tell
I
me.
happen to agree with that, Terry. I'd like to get those minutes as well.
Okay, so could we start doing that in, in May? Or if you have them for April, great. If not, can we start getting them in May? And then the only other thing, and I'll be quiet, is that either I'm not receiving my emails correctly or something. I am missing the monthly report update that we were receiving from the office across the hall monthly. We had asked for that ad nauseum, and I didn't get one last month.
I haven't gotten one.
Did I miss the one last month?
Couple months.
Okay. Okay. Well, I know that we will have changes, but going forward, I respectfully ask that we get those updates, because we need to know what's going on. People come to us with stuff and we're like, So anyway, well, thank you so much. I appreciate your time, people.
Yes, ma'am.
All I got.
Okay, we've got, Councilman Bowles.
just a couple things. I am excited about the pickleball court coming. I've had actually quite a few people asking about that, wondering when it'll be open. So excited to see some progress on that. And mine's just a little lighter. I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all that you do for our city, all of our city staff for one, and all of our citizens that are here tonight. And we really appreciate each and every one of you. And I just want to thank you all for being here tonight and just being a part of our city. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem.
Well, I just want to kind of echo what Michael said about Saturday, the opening of the Little League. That's one thing I really enjoy going to, and I've been involved in Little League for many, many years, and I appreciate and respect Little League. I'm glad that our numbers are increasing. We have over 400 children now that's involved in Little League, and that just makes a smile on my face. My children went through King Little League. My daughter went through King Little League and ended up playing professional softball. So, you know, King Little League is very dear to my heart. The other thing is, Terry, I agree with you. We should get the minutes. And I'm going to go a step further, and I don't know if you guys will agree with me on this, but on some of the committees, I would like to suggest that our mayor be ex officio on some of the committees, and he can go to those meetings. If that's too much for him, I understand. We could probably spread it out some. Some of us, others could go to it. But I'm just suggesting that. Making
I'm
that.
fine with that.
Pardon?
I said, I'm fine with that. You doing that?
I'm fine with that
Is he
also.
willing to do it?
Yeah, I'd be willing to do it if it's a meeting I could not make. Then maybe Mayor Pro Tem or one of the council people could go in my place.
I think it's a good idea for us to keep informed about the committees that we make appointments to.
Well, it's some of the things that, you know, something happens and then, but I'll use it, for instance, this movie thing, and I didn't hear about it till it was on Facebook.
Neither did I.
And I was hurt by that.
I understand.
And I would hope that we could, moving forward, that, you know, we need to be informed, because people come to us for answers. And then we don't have an answer, it looks bad on our part. Looks bad on the whole team. We're a team, and we got a great team. But, you know, sometimes one team member don't pull the weight, and that may be me. And I'm willing to step up and do whatever y'all want me to do. Hopefully, in the near future, I may have a little more time to devote to that. So,
Okay, thank you.
yes, ma'am.
And the other thing I was going to say, I did see there's great progress on the pickleball court, and it looks like to me that, you know, if the weather cooperates, we may get to have an opening, ribbon cutting or whatever, maybe in May, and get that going for the summer for our citizens to enjoy. The other thing I have to ask you, Scott, is about our citywide traffic study.
Well, I told you that I've introduced it to the MPO. The MPO will eventually vote on such a thing. That's a large undertaking.
I realize that.
I don't know if
I realize that.
moved on it yet or not, but I've asked John Ryan to put that in there.
Our traffic just increases by the day. That's all I have.
When I punch him up on this other thing, I'll ask him if he thinks Lisa will do.
And one other thing I do want to say, that I appreciate all the guys and all the things that everyone does to keep the city of King running. I know sometimes it's not an easy task, and y'all face it, and face it every day with a smile on your face. I see it right now, and I appreciate that, all of you.
Anything else? Let all the council say what they,
No, I got one more thing.
okay?
Sorry about that. I thought I was gonna be finished, but listen, probably, now we have 2 budget work sessions planned, and probably we're gonna have to have another one, right? We probably will. So, did all y'all bring your calendars? So is there any way that we can look at May and figure out another time while we're all here together, so you don't have to do all the comparing of the dates and all the things?
He's all for that,
If we
right,
all
Scott?
have our calendars, it'd just make it easier to say yes or no instead of sending all those emails.
Okay.
So Scott, do you
I
have,
hadn't looked at May yet because I was working on April, so.
well, we already have 2 for April, so, does, anybody have anything on May the 9th?
I can do May 9th. Is that Mother's Day weekend?
I don't know.
Yes.
That's Friday.
Okay, well, so then we can't do it then. Can we do it on, how much time do you think we would need? Could we?
How about-
Okay, could we do it on the 13th? That's Tuesday.
Do you have a,
You got jury duty?
You gotta do that whole week?
I don't know, I just have to call that day, I may not have it at all.
right, what about the 7th of May? Are you busy?
Oh, that's my meeting. That's my standard meeting. That'll start 10 minutes late. I'll get the agenda at 8:30 that
Okay, what
morning.
about the 8th?
Well, I could come until 11, and then I have to leave at 11. I could do it the afternoon.
Okay,
Could you do it the
I
afternoon?
can do the 8th.
The 8th in the afternoon?
I could do it in the
Well, I
afternoon.
got another daughter graduating college that day.
Oh,
I got one on the 8th and the 9th.
you got, how many daughters you got, Scott?
See, aren't we glad we brought our calendars? You're such a
Dave.
party pooper.
What,
Yes. Yes.
Business before.
No, I could, on the 7th, I could do the afternoon, but he's got somebody graduating.
Not on the 7th.
Wednesday's killing me, y'all.
Oh, no.
I keep giving in to y'all, and I can't keep doing those.
Yeah, Wednesday is church. I gotta go early.
What about the
Sorry
12th?
What'd you say?
12th.
Well,
Okay, wait, hold on, well, let me see what this is.
I can't do it the 13th.
Oh, yeah, I could do it the 12th, anytime, that
can
morning,
too.
that afternoon, whatever.
I can
12th works
too.
for
How
me.
about all day? Then we won't have to have any more days.
there you go.
So you're gonna start at 9, and then, okay. Do you want us to pack our lunch?
Well, we'll have 2 prior that
Oh,
shouldn't
it costs
take all
money.
day that, if we have 2
Do
prior
what?
to this.
We'll pay for our lunch.
Yeah, we'll send somebody up here to the Dalton or somewhere to get us some lunch. We'll have our own money.
We'll go to McDonald's.
Yeah, y'all be sure to give yourself enough allowance. to
Y'all
get
go to
yourself
McDonald's, I'll get some
Chick-fil-A.
coffee.
Well,
Chick-fil-A,
oh,
yeah.
don't tell them pretty good.
okay, so the 12th, we're gonna go 9
Yeah, that's
until,
fantastic.
Tyler, can you do all day on the 12th?
I'm pretty relatively flexible,
So
so
we'll
I
do-
think that would
Go
work.
to 6 o'clock when I gotta make that call for jury duty.
Okay, what
I'm not
time would
staying with
we,
y'all
what,
from
are
9
you
to
saying,
6. I
when you
like
say
but no.
all day, are you saying 9 to 3?
Yeah.
Or 9 to 3? That would probably work better for me.
Okay, 9 to 3, what is that called, a budget meeting?
Well, we'll already have 2 behind us.
We'll know that day if we need to
Surely-
add another one.
Surely if we should be able to get it done that day.
That was
So
the
it'll be May the 12th, budget workshop, 9 until 3.
Yeah. So that's good. Thank you all for bringing your calendars.
Thank
and
y'all for
doing
coming.
this. Yeah,
Okay, anybody else?
I'm done now.
All right, I'm last.
Promise. Unless
when
you
I
say
start
something,
now, you're not
triggers. You might trigger me.
When I say something, don't say, I got one more thing. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, try not to.
First off, white goods, I know y'all gonna be working busy. Let's just put it, and I know you've already started, and I appreciate y'all doing that. Appreciate you working with other communities to help them too. Pickleball court, I think we've talked about that. I rode by there the other day and really looks nice, and I actually ran into the people that were gonna do the other one, and they're trying to do one in Pinnacle, and they haven't even got started yet, so, anyways. Also, I went to a really neat thing Saturday, Little Folks Festival. If y'all have not been to that, that is just a delight for these little children, and, got to see a new thing that we've got in our city that I wasn't aware of, and we've got a smokehouse. The fire department has a inflatable
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smokehouse.
I didn't know it was here yet.
And it is a neat, that's the first time they used it, was over there. A smoke machine, and you go in and it's smoky, but you don't smell like smoke. You don't get it all over you. And the children loved it. The only problem, it was beside the bounce houses, and they thought it was an extension to the bounce house. But I had the firemen take me through that, and that's gonna be a great thing for the elementary school and, you know, King Fest, and if it saves one life, it's worth it. And I appreciate y'all doing that. And
Getting ready to, if the weather will cooperate, he's had to juggle a lot of calendars around, it's going to be for the fourth graders, and then we've got it scheduled for mid-morning.
great, great. I just wanted to, I said, when did we get this? And they said, oh, this is the first time we've set it up. And I thought, man, and they said it was pretty easy to do.
That was his trial run with it.
And they got a fire call while we were sitting there, had to leave with the truck. And, but I see, Mark back there, I appreciate y'all keeping our water running. And Chuck, I know y'all had a big call out on 66, and y'all were, I saw a thing out there, and you were in the mud up to your waist. And, you know, we cut our water on, we flush our commode, and we don't think about it. But there's people behind all of those things that make it happen for us. And I'm so thankful for each and every one of you. Senior Center, man, it's just, I can't say enough. But my wife's doing this over here. Oh, it's, you know, folks, we live in a great city. We just got so much to be thankful for. You go to other places and you see things happening, and
Bless you.
but and I'll leave it, City Manager Barrow. You have anything you'd like to bring? How about any of the staff? Like to give it y'all an opportunity. I know Ricky got a speech written back there.
Don't hold your breath, right, Ricky?
Ricky, I appreciate you bringing these young guys along. I know you got a good crew there now, and I see them out working, and they're doing a great job, and it's a leadership. You're a great leader for them. So I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
So moved.
Okay, Terry.
Second.
Second is Mike. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Closed session, and we'll be back later. Time is
My eyeballs
For the
hurt.
hat, whoever gave it to
Yes,
us.
hats are cool.
I know, I like that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna wear my hat out.
I'm gonna give that to
Hope it fits my fat head.
I like city stuff I can wear.
No, it's not.
Me too.
I wear my city vest all the time.
I need
Yeah, I
to
got
Hey,
a spare one now.
how do I get city apparel for real? I'm sorry.
You take it over there and have a thing.
Call back into session at 10:33. No action was taken. I'll entertain the motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second?
I don't know who did first. Who did- You get that, Nicole?
I did first.
Okay,
Yeah.
Terry.
She did.
Thank you.
Okay, Terry,
I like your
Terry,
Thank you.
and then Michael. Then 34.
All in favor?
That's weird. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?